We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Under the bay. Oh. 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 Under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales, the wind.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, Our Everyday Essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
And the rules hold the reasons why.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if you this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait oh, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, they worry us.
Okay, so mona listen oh, eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, oh, I no lie you. Because you know what, development wey dey work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we no dey abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go reach 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
I love cocoa because of my everyday cup of coffee. You may not be a lover of coffee like me, but I want to believe that you would like to make money from cocoa if you have your way around it, isn't it? This is Cashcraft, where we share with you insights on how to make money out of different business ideas you might already know but feel uninterested. You might even not be aware and just feeling lost in the crowd trying to find what best suits you. Whether you know or not, it can only get better when you are open to more knowledge and great ideas. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I want you to join me as I spy into the cocoa business. No hypes, just what works. Everybody knows cocoa, but not everyone knows the many things it's used for. When you hear cocoa, your mind jumps straight to the chocolate, sweet, dark, rich chocolate. But cocoa is far more than a one-trick bean. Cocoa comes from the cocoa tree, Theobroma cacao, but the part used for cocoa and all the other products is the bean, which grows inside the tree's pod. The cocoa tree produces large, colorful pods. Inside each pod are 20 to 50 cocoa beans, surrounded by sweet pulp. The beans are the real stars. They are fermented, dried, roasted, and processed to produce cocoa solids, cocoa butter, and chocolates. Cocoa is rich in fat. Beyond chocolate, it is used for food and beverage, beauty and skincare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and industry, health and wellness. Now, let's talk business. Starting a cocoa farming business can be rewarding, especially in tropical regions where the crop thrives. Here are key tips to help you begin. 1. You need to understand the crop. Cocoa grows best in humid tropical climates like West Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. It needs plenty of rainfall, shade, and rich, well-drained soil. And it starts yielding from 3 to 5 years after planting. 2. Get training or mentorship. Learning from experienced cocoa farmers or attending agricultural workshops can help a great deal. Likewise, understanding the life cycle, such as nursery period to transplanting, maintenance, harvesting, drying and fermenting remains very important. Usually, cocoa trees begin their journey in a nursery where seeds from high-yielding varieties are planted in fiber pods or plastic bags. These seedlings grow quickly, and in just a few months, they are ready to be transplanted to the main farm. 3. Choose the right variety. Select high-yield and disease-resistant cocoa varieties like CRI series from Ghana or Amazonia and Trinitario hybrids. Number 4, secure land. Choose land in a cocoa-friendly zone. Test the soil to ensure it's fertile and free from waterlogging. 5. Set up a nursery. Germinate seeds in polybags or trays for 3 to 4 months before transplanting. Alternatively, buy seedlings from a certified nursery. 6. Land preparation and planting. Clear the land and provide shade. Cocoa doesn't like direct sunlight. Space your cocoa trees 3 times 3 meters apart. Include shade trees like banana or plantain in the early years. We move to 7. Now, regular maintenance. Weeding, pruning, mulching, and pest disease control are crucial. So, apply manure or fertilizer as needed. Number 8 tips you need to know is harvest and post-harvest handling. Cocoa pods are ready when they turn yellow or orange. Harvest with care. Don't damage the tree. Ferment beans 5 to 7 days and dry them thoroughly for quality. And now it's time to make the cash. The number 9 tips is to market and sell. Connect with local cocoa buyers, processors, or cooperatives. Remember that quality beans fetch better prices. Hence, focus on good fermentation and drying. Lastly, I bring you the number 10 tip. Think long term. Cocoa is a long-term investment, so be ready for it. No complaints or over-agitation. Consider forming or joining a farmer cooperative for support and better access to resources. May I add that to begin a cocoa farming business, it is important to establish a comprehensive business plan. This plan should encompass key aspects such as the business description, product offerings, organizational structure, marketing strategies, competitive analysis, operational procedures, and financial details. These elements are crucial for laying a solid foundation to successfully launch and grow your cocoa farming venture. Kindly do a very detailed research to support the tips I just shared with you. So when you get in, you can come out with encouraging profits. Note, this is not a professional guide. It is just a heads up, a way to call your attention or pull you out of the lost crowd, so you can begin to think differently and think business. Until I see you again, I am Grace Komalafe, signing out on Cashcraft.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. you have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and one, train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US, at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. It was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. It would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. The last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the of the parastatals in the sector. And, you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do... They have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just we live. That the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, really, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially, NDPHC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPHC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafayette was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LNG. I mean, the LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset, there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities. Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. What was the intelligent network? Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Tauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of our life, all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children, Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always had this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio, and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. I mean, we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books gets strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Mr. Houghton. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo-Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with information in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it's been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice. You are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them. in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Gonja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact and influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in the intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologists, you have the anesthesiologist, then you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we have some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research They come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses, both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather, made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact, fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Tuesday's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we break down forces shaping the market, policy and enterprise. Everyday money moves, policy change, and new opportunities emerge. We bring you stories behind the headlines, explaining how the economy affects your business, your work, and your future. Because understanding the market is the first step to winning it. I am Lumide Shokoya. I have a very special guest here. It's not Chuks John Rogers. It's not Dr. Idahosa. It's Melanin Popping, Sarah Owusu-Ansah.
Right, it's the compliment for me. It's actually nice to be here. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you so much. My name is Sarah Owusu-Ansah. It's a pleasure to be on the SOUQ Business Landscape this morning.
Yes, so let's give you a taste of what we have on the table this morning. Is Nigeria finally breaking free from oil dependency? Can a $1.3 billion mining partnership transform solid minerals into the country's next revenue engine? Will stricter oil revenue remittance rule plug outstanding fiscal leakages? Now, is the surge in foreign reserves a true sign of currency stability or temporary buffer? Can expanding credit, bank credit, and student loan access unlock real economic productivity? And of course, as airports go cashless and telecom operators face tighter consumer rules, is Nigeria building a more transparent, digitally driven economy? Today on SOUQ Business Landscape, we examine the structural shift shaping the nation's fiscal, industrial, and financial landscape. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, where policy meets profit and headlines meet opportunity. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget, this is an open discussion, so you can join the discussion by going onto our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Join the conversation, drop your comment, like, and share as we start this conversation. The first story. The federal government has signed a $1.3 billion investment partnership with Africa Finance Corporation to develop an aluminium refinery and 200 strategic mining projects. Now, the move aims to strengthen Nigeria's solid mineral sector and reduce reliance on oil revenue. Now, the agreement underscores efforts to attract large-scale capital into mining, expand local processing capacity, and create value across the mineral supply chain. Officials say the project is expected to drive job creation, improve export potential. Dele Alake disclosed the development in a statement through his special assistant on media, Segun Tomori, on Sunday in Abuja, describing the partnership as a major step towards industrializing the mining sector. This is quite a good one. We started last year with Nigeria First, and I think we are also looking at non-oil exports, because for so long we've depended on oil, and that was not how it used to be before. We used to depend on agriculture and a whole lot of things. But all of a sudden the oil boom came, and everybody seems to be, even till now, I mean, if you look at what's happening with Iran, US, Israel, and all that, still fingered to oil. So, but now we are moving from oil dependency to non-oil dependency. Alumina is some of the things they used to make aluminium and all that.
Absolutely.
And now, there are a whole lot of things that have to come into play for this. But the good thing about it is going to expand, industrial expansion, create jobs. But when we now look at it also, if you look at what happened with the Ajaokuta still, till today, you we've not had this. What are your hopes about this new alumina refinery?
Well, I'm really expectant. It's important to note that the alumina refinery is just one component of this memorandum of understanding that was signed. We also have the nationwide geoscience mapping.
Yes.
It is under this. We also have the strategic investment vehicles. And it's important to note that this is one of the largest investment partnerships that Nigeria is undertaking in the mining sector in a very long time. So I'm hopeful. It is set to generate over 1.2 billion dollars, I beg your pardon, in revenue annually if this successfully kicks off. There are a few pros and cons here, which I believe when our guest joins us, we'll be able to, get clarity on it. But overall, I'm hopeful. I'm expectant, and I hope that this doesn't go the route that other, partnerships and, like you said, non-oil sectors have gone over the years.
Because, all right, we have another guest here. He is what we call the think tank of SOUQ News TV. Dr. Idahosa joins us virtually. So glad to have you, Dr. Idahosa Samanzi.
Good morning, Olumide. My pleasure to be here.
Good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. So we were just talking about the alumina refineries and other strategic new infrastructure going on. What are your hopes about the alumina refinery? Sarah was also talking about, it will create jobs, it will also do this. But if we liken it to what happened with the Ajaokuta steel, which is still there, moribund or not, what are your hopes looking at this new alumina refinery?
I think it's a welcome development. I have had opportunity to interact with people who have played in that sector. And one of the big challenges that the sector has suffered, which has been the problem of weak regulation. And that, of course, the agency has not been able to actually provide that enabling environment for people to bring in the needed resource to play in that sector. So that has plagued that sector. And, like it has been argued, since the nationalization of all foreign assets in the 1970s during the Obasanjo regime, not many people had been able to invest in that sector. So though we had it under our feet, like they say, potential is not money. It has not translated into cash or asset for us. Now that we are having a government that is interested, that is willing to do business and cleaning up the space for this to work, I think we are moving in the right direction. Thanks to the stability of the FX that, of course, the nation has also enjoyed recently, all of this will work together. So I'm very hopeful. It's not going to be like the Ajaokuta project, because the reason why Ajaokuta failed was because it was all government investment. But this one is not all government investment. It's partnership government is having with private sector who will drive this business to make profit. And so the potentials of Nigerians are being unlocked. Foreigners are now beginning to have confidence in what we are doing. They can see direction that we are ready to embrace reforms. And I think that is quite very important. But I think the one other thing that needs to be done, which for me will be quite very, very significant, is how to enhance security, especially in these areas where these minerals operate, so that those who are putting their money on the ground will not have to suffer risk of shutdown here and there. And then the security situations, especially in the Middle Belt and in the Northwest, where some of all these minerals are situated, can also be guaranteed. And I think aside that, it's a welcome development. We have seen that in the last 2 years, significantly, foreign direct investments are coming in, FDI, portfolio investments are coming into the country, and the nation is experiencing some take-off, like they say in economy. So, and we do hope that if we can continue this trend of resource inflow into the mining sector, then Nigeria, of course, would have taken its pride of place among the Committee of Nations.
right. Dr. Idahosa, you know, one of the things that is important to note is how they have said that this particular project is set to generate over $1.2 billion annually for the Nigerian economy. Now, how realistic is this projection in terms of what we have on ground? How realistic is the projection that this project will boost Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, in the long run?
Definitely, whether directly or indirectly. The truth of the matter is that we've actually been making this money in this sector, but the only problem is that it has been getting into the hands of very few private people. I remember some time ago, I think it was Adams of Shomole in the floor of the Senate that argued that he had names of even generals who were doing mining, and they were doing it illegally within the Nigerian space. So it's not about its potential of generating revenue. For me, that is the real critical issue, because the potentials are there. We have rare earth minerals that, of course, people have been taking advantage of over the years. So once we can remove all the structural and institutional weaknesses, and of course this fund comes in the way they are coming in, and government demonstrate the will that they are ready to sanitize that environment, those funds will come in. And of course, the associated revenues that are going to come also is massive. Definitely, GDP will get better. Definitely, life become better because, of course, a lot of people will be employed in that sector, because mining requires a lot of hands. So all our young people who are active but doing nothing at the moment will find something definitely to do, and all of all this will contribute to the gross domestic product, of course, for the country. So I'm hopeful, and I believe that the potentials are there. I remember some years ago, I think that was in 2009, we were having a conversation somewhere, and somebody gave us a hint of the kind of conversation that we were, Nigerians were having with the United Arab Emirates. We were in Dubai at that meeting, and of course, they said after the presentations of the ministries in Nigeria, the king of UAE asked and said, what is the problem with Nigeria? That if we have this kind of resource under our feet, why are we thinking that we need 20 years to be able to be among the first 20 economies on earth? That if we do what is right, that within 5 years, Nigeria has the capacity to be among the first 5 countries in the world. So this is what it is, and that is what I think that is also possible. We just need to do things right. Let the regulation become strong enough. Let's remove all the illegal miners out of the space. And once we can do all of that, then you will see that the nation will experience real growth, real time.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Do what is right. So we have some obstacles. We have obstacles on our way. How do we tackle power, rail, epileptic power, rail infrastructure, and of course, security challenges around the mining area? How do we, and maybe some environmental concerns, how do we move forward past these obstacles?
I think some of all these things are gradually being addressed structurally. You remember recently it was Jennifer Digichi, the MD of Niger Delta Power Holding, who argued that what government needs to do and make electricity work is take away the tariff finally and let there be cost-reflective tariff that get into that industry. I don't think that electricity issue is something that we have to go to heaven to solve. The solutions are here with us, and all that we need to do is to create the enabling environment for people to put in their resource into that space. And once that is done, you will see that we will get all that we need to have. And I think that is all that is. The security issues is being tackled right now. Yes, insurgency is still there, very heavy, but we know that government is also making a whole lot of efforts and structural changes in the security architecture of the state. And I think that Nigerians need to be much more resolve in dealing with its own security problem. I think the problem with security in Nigeria is the fact that there is so much emotions that are attached to it, and people feel that, oh, when you do this and we read politics into criminality, government must be resolved to deal with criminal issues, and criminals are treated criminally. And once we can do all that, we'll find that the space will be right for people to invest, and that, of course, will generate jobs so that our people will not be carried into this death trap of protest or insurgency recruitment. So I think we just need resolve from government, and I think government is doing that as we speak. Also thanks to the collaboration of the United States in supporting Nigeria to deal with this problem once and for all. And I think once all these are aggregated, the environment will be safe. And I think we are doing better than we have ever done before now.
Right. So we're looking at this conversation from the aspect of economic diversification and value addition. Now, how would host communities benefit from this project in the long term in terms of jobs as well as infrastructural opportunities?
It's simple also. The truth is that once mining starts, globally today, CSR is no longer something that is done at the will of government. It's mandated by the virtue of the signatory into governance, that once you are doing exploration in a place, you are mandated to invest in the environment where you work. And more so too, that of course Nigeria has also signed into an act, what is called the Local Content Act now. So with the Local Content Act, which means every company that comes to operate in a particular environment has a government law that insists that they must invest in those environments. And don't also forget that every investor seems to also be thinking about how to cut costs. So they won't come to move people who are in Lagos to go work in Nasarawa, for example. Those who are going to work in those firms will be people who live in Nasarawa State. And all these things will rub off on the state. And don't forget that this, of course, company tax will be paid to state government, and this put more resources in the hands of the state government. They are able to build roads, build schools, invest in social infrastructure that will make the life of the people in that environment where mining is going on to be much more lucrative.
All right, so what other mining sector do you think Nigeria needs to look? Because we have about 40 commercially viable minerals, but mining itself contributes less than 1% to our gross domestic product. So what other mining sectors do you think we should explore at this point?
Yeah, one step at a time. We're having people coming here to invest in the alumina. So that's a step in the right direction. We have a lot of coal in our environment. Californium is in large quantity in Nigeria also, and other rare earth minerals that, of course, nature has given to us. Don't forget that as we speak, in Nasarawa State, for example, that we're already exploring a lot. There are 2 factories, of course, producing battery, and that investment is already producing and yielding results from Nasarawa State. So there is a whole lot that we can do. It's for us to be able to spot these things, look out for people who are interested in what is in there, and then they can put in their money. Gold is in Osun State. That needs to be explored. There's gold in Zamfara that needs to also be invested in. And there is lithium. Yes, of course, lithium in Nasarawa. Of course, they're already exploring that one as we speak. So we have so much that God has given to us all across the 36 states of the Federation. There is no state in Nigeria that has no solid mineral, and therefore investment will come. And we need to market what we have and show the world the potentials that are here. And then, of course, those who have the money can bring it in and invest in this industry and see how we can add value locally, creating jobs for the teeming youths in Nigeria, and then, of course, also improving on the standard of living for every Nigerian.
Thank you very much, improving on the standard of living. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with SOUQ Business Landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget, keep commenting, like, and share. We still have Dr. Idausa Osamanze joining us virtually. Let's move on to the next story. The federal government has commenced implementation of Executive Order 9 of 2026, mandating the direct remittance of all revenues into the Federation Account Allocation Committee. The move signals a shift towards a stricter revenue accountability and transparency. And the decision follows the inaugural meeting of the Implementation Committee held on February 26, 2026. Deliberations focused on enforcement mechanisms and coordinations among relevant agencies to ensure seamless compliance with the new directive. Wale Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, announced the development in a statement on Monday. Now, he outlined key resolutions reached at the meeting, stressing that direct remittance will strengthen fiscal discipline and improve revenue distribution across all tiers of government. Quite an interesting story.
Right.
Because for a very long time now, we've had a whole lot of discrepancies about how much this particular sector has been making or remitting. Even NNPC at a point, we got a very large figure that NNPC, a whole lot of money went down the drain. Well, but doctor says it's just a miscalculation or thereabout. But it's a good thing that the president, made this directive that all remittances across all federations
Right.
Should go straight into the account. Even though the NMDPRA, the NUPLC came out, they made noise and all that.
Contest it.
Protesting about that. But I see no reason why this shouldn't have even been in place long ago. Maybe we would have, our debt would have reduced, our borrowings would have reduced, we would have had so much, money. What's your thoughts?
I'm really excited about this because this is a move that seeks to ensure transparency, accountability, and then constitutional alignment. But it is important for us to note certain things. A lot of people have heard about this direct remittance, but what exactly is the implication of this? What is the implication of this policy rollout? The first thing is the direct remittance, profit oil, royalty oil, tax oil, and other federal entitlement from oil and gas are paid directly into the federation account rather than being withheld, partially or retained along the way. Another thing is for NNPCL, their role has now been adjusted.
Yes.
What this means is that NNPCL has lost the authority to collect certain deductions.
Well.
And now you can understand why
the federal government, so.
Well, you can understand why the big crane and the debate over it was there. There's this 30% management and frontier fund that the NNPCL used to take. Now that has been taken out of the way. Also, another implication of this is the inaugural implementation committee meeting.
Yes.
This means that a technical committee met on the 26th of February, like you said, to begin putting the executive order into effect.
Yes.
And we ask ourselves, how exactly is this going to benefit us? What are the pros? What are the cons of this for government finances, for oil and gas companies, for contractors, for subnationals? What is the implication of this?
I think we should direct that question to our second guest. That's Gbolahan Olojede. So glad to have you this morning, Gbolahan Olojede.
Yeah, nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So, Gbolahan Olojede, now that this order has been put to effect, do you see any resistance? How do we, because in Nigeria, we always have this problem of giving directives, but enforcement is always the issue. So do you see a situation whereby we will see transparency, leakages? We won't see any leakages?
I don't think there will be any overt resistance. We're not expecting that to happen. And that is because, there have been people who believe that there might be legal side to this, that maybe there are some constitutional breaches or legal breaches, and there might be litigations. But considering the relationship, or some people would like to use the grasp that the president has of the institution itself. So we're not expecting that somebody from NNPC, for example, will take the federal government to court, because the entire board of NNPC are appointed by the president, as it were. We also do not think that somebody from maybe the National Assembly will go to court. The president also has a very good rapport with the president, with the National Assembly. In the worst case scenario, what you might have might be, other stakeholders, or maybe NGOs, or, who might want to go to court. And if you go to court, let's even say in the worst case scenario, that the court says, oh, an illegality has been committed. What will happen? Then the president will say, okay, pass the law. Let's go to the National Assembly, pass the law, and let's amend it, and so that we can regularize it as it were. So there is no going back on that order, or on the execution of that order on the face of it. It will happen as has been projected.
We're looking at this now from transparency and fiscal federalism, right? Would this significantly increase the FAAC's allocations to states, looking at it holistically? And if yes, to what extent should we be expecting this increment?
It will definitely do that. And that is because, look, part of this deduction that the NNPC make before they remit the balance the accountability around that money is not particularly straightforward. It's a bit on the opaque side of things. And in normal practice, the right approach should actually be, if something is due to me, give it to me, then let me pay you your fees if there are fees that are due to you. I'm not saying that it couldn't be structured otherwise. It's possible to be structured otherwise. But where there are suspicion around the accountability for such deduction, then the automatic way to adjust for that is to say, give me my money first. If there's an amount that is due to you, I will be the one to now pay you the amount that is due to you from that money. Now, that is only a first level. The old money will come, the issue of accountability on the part of NNPC will be removed, so more money will be available to be distributed. However, historically, have the distributions been made to count for the people as much as we would have loved it to be? That is to say, is it not likely to become an issue of we are saying that NNPC is not accountable and we are now relying on the possibility that the various levels of government, the states, the local government, the people that share the money in the SOUQ account, that these people are going to be more accountable for what they receive better than NNPC. Now, that is left to be seen. There is no basis to believe that the accountability at those levels are better than the accountability at NNPC level. That is the reality. So it's a space to watch. For example, over the past couple of years, the government has been saying, look, state, you're receiving more money, state, you are receiving more money. How many states are actually deploying this much more money to the benefit of the people in those states? That is the question, right?
All right, thank you very much, Agbola Olojede. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens promises, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. You still have Bola Olojede. Let's move on to the next story. Into education. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund has approved an extension of the student loan application portal following the surge in submissions from students nationwide. Now, the move comes amid increased demand for financial support across tertiary institutions. The development was disclosed in a statement by Mrs. Osheyemi Oluwatuyi, Director of Strategic Communications of NEL Fund. Now, she said the decision reflects the fund's commitment to ensuring that all eligible applicants have adequate time to complete their submissions. The portal was earlier scheduled to close on 27th of February 2026. However, the spike in applications prompted the review of the deadline to accommodate more students seeking access to government-backed loan scheme. I think one of the things I admire about this particular administration, I'm not giving them, this is not free hype, is that they brought about this education loan that would give a whole lot of people access to higher education, keep them off the street, encourage education.
Right. I like the angle you're taking it from, but I would love to flip the coin a bit, talking about education, financing, and accessibility. Now, this, like you mentioned, was supposed to have ended, the portal was supposed to close on the 27th of February, and it's a loan that, is accessible to students, even when
with stipends.
Yes, with stipends. But I would now like to take it from another side, and I'll direct my question to Bola Olojede. Now, we've seen an extension, and coming from the perspective of education financing and accessibility. Now, one of the reasons for the extension was the surge in application. The body found out that there was a surge in applications from students, trying to apply for this fund for education. What does this surge in application say about our tertiary, about the affordability of tertiary education in Nigeria?
Well, I don't think the surge. Okay, let me start from some earlier perspective about this fund. Typically, when government comes out with a fund like this or with a benefit, I'll call it, or an intervention, let's call it an intervention like this, what you typically have is a situation in which the northern part of the country will embrace it. So if you go to that portal and we have to do an analysis of the earlier adopters or applications that we'll see, you see that will be from the north. The southern part of the country will typically go like, it's a lie, they don't mean it, nobody is getting it. So all the doubts and all the rest will be there. So when you actually look at an analysis of the regional disbursement in the early days that were made available, you see that more of the disbursement went to the north and less to the south because of the typical doubt that you will receive from the south when it comes to government intervention things. Now, it has now been established. More people have applied, and I have seen that the thing is real. It is not propaganda. It is not just another way in which the government is trying to pretend that it is doing something, but that people are actually getting the money. So there is a surge. That is the primary driver of the surge in the first instance. The fact that the money is real, people are getting it. You don't need to know somebody. You don't need to go and lobby. You can get what you have applied for, as it were. That is the primary driver. And of course, the secondary part is to say, why will somebody in the first instance want to take the money?
Just a follow-up question to that question I asked you. You know, you mentioned that people have gone on the portal, they've seen that it is real, it is accessible, and one of the calls that we've had over the years is for there to be an increase in the budgetary allocation, you know, for education. Now, is there enough funding to meet this demand in the sector of this fund, this NEL fund education relief material?
The NEFON Education Fund cannot fund education. Yes. There are several layers to the funding of education. The part where the NEFON is playing is in the capacity of the student to meet school fees obligations. But beyond the capacity of the student to meet school fees obligation, which for the most part is a subsidy to their parents, not even to them, because typically it is their parent that bear the burden of those, you know, let's say parents mostly, and maybe some with guidance and the rest of it. So it's a subsidy to those parents, you know, to be able to afford to ensure that their wards can go to school. But education funding goes way beyond that. There is the education infrastructure. So, you know, there is the issue of teaching aids, there is the issue of teachers, there is the issue of modernization of the curriculum. There are so many sides to that. NEL Fund does not address any of those. It simply focuses on a particular area, which is to ensure that no student is denied, you know, attendance at public schools or at schools. I'm not sure they are financing private schools anyway. At public schools because they cannot meet the school fees obligations or the basic, because they give them stipend as well, or the basic stipend required to keep them in school.
All right, thank you very much, Bala Olojede. Let's look at loan repayment default. Now, according to this loan structure, after 2 years, you're supposed to start paying back this loan. And we also know the rate of unemployment in the country. So what happens if, for instance, I graduated after 2 years, still unemployed? What solutions can we bring to this? Or what can the student do? Or what can the government do?
There's nothing you can do if you are not employed. The way those loans are, if people don't have a job, they cannot pay, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. As simple as that. However, we must also realize that student loans are open to huge level of abuse. So situations in which people who don't need the loan collect the loan because they believe they are never going to have to pay back. Situations in which people who have gotten a means of livelihood, who are already earning, are trying to, you know, hide that reality. But it is becoming less and less possible to hide these things by virtue of the various identity systems that we have put on board. People have BVN, they have NIN, they have this, they have that. You know, their account, you know, activities in their account could be tracked, traced, and all of that. So escaping from repayment may not be as easy as it was in the earlier years when we had student loan. This is not the first time we're having student loan in Nigeria. It's been there in years past. People took the money. It was like a donation. Nobody paid back. I'm not saying that may not happen this time around as well, but we have more information to be able to track people's economic activities post-school now than we used to have in the years past. However, if you don't have a job, you don't have a job. If you can't pay back, you can't pay back. I don't foresee a situation in which government will resort to arresting people for not having a job and not being able to pay the loan. So we have to wait. The duty, really, or the challenge for the government is to create the right environment that creates more employment. And then we can absorb more people that have been trained and are beneficiaries of those loans so that they can repay.
All right. What about absorbing them into the civil service? Can that be possible? Not all of them, maybe a certain percentage.
Yeah, there's a limit to how many you can absorb within the capacity of the government establishment to absorb people. Yes, it definitely will. But absorbing people when you don't need people creates inefficiency. And it is not the best deployment of human resources that have been properly trained. So government can absorb that which it can absorb, but more importantly, create an environment in which job creation itself will thrive and will naturally have more people being employed and can meet their obligations under the law.
All right, thank you very much, Agbola Anwolojede. Let's move on to the next story. Now, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria rolled out its nationwide cashless policy across all fan-managed airports on March 1st. Under the new directive, payments for access gate, car parks, and executive lounges must now be made digitally. Reports from Muritala International Airport and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport indicate the rollout triggered heavy gridlocks. On Sunday and Monday, motorists and passengers faced long queues at access gate as many struggle with electronic payment system. Several passengers were left stranded for extended periods, with some missing scheduled flights due to the delays. Now, the development has sparked concern over implementation challenges as authorities work to ease congestion and improve transition to a fully cashless airport system nationwide. Coming to you, Bolawo. I want us to relate this, even though it's not related, but let's relate it to the recent bill that was passed for electronic voting and how we went about it and how, we all talked about internet connectivity not working properly. This seems to be the same, almost the same thing that is happening here at the airport, because when you try to make payments and it's not going, we saw that even during the cashless Naira swap that we had, 2 years ago when during the 2023 elections, we saw what happened also. What can we do, or what can Federal Airport Authority do, to mitigate this?
Okay. In reality, unfortunately, I got caught up in that traffic myself on Sunday evening. There was a bad traffic at the airport access. It is absolutely unacceptable. Now, the motive is brilliant. I mean, we've all been to some other airports across the world. We know that the issue of bring money, give me change, and all the rest is moderated. You know. And what we need to do also is to ask the question: how have those people been able to do it and implement? Beyond the smooth running, we must also now admit the reality that sometimes there might be failures. So there must also be a backup arrangement where there is failures. For example, we have had situations in which major exchanges, when you do a transfer from one financial institution to another, it goes through an intermediary that remits to the other guy. We've had situations in which there was a challenge with a couple of those exchanges. So, if that happens, does it mean everybody will stay on the queue forever because they can't transfer money, the payment cannot be received? So we must get, number one, very smart approach that will guarantee a very high rate of payment going through. And I can give you an example. I will avoid mentioning names. We have POSs. I mean, my wife trades, and sometimes ago he has collected 2-3 different POSs. And at some point, you just pack the POS because people will do transactions. You may not even get your money until the following morning, or sometimes you can't even let the payer. You can't let the payer go because you have not received the money. It is different from another service provider where immediately you are putting your card, you are hearing the debit alerts, bam, bam, entering your account. So there are levels of efficiency of payment system. The ones that are the most efficient are the ones that we need to adopt, as it were. And we must recognize that where there are failures, we cannot afford to hold people permanently at the checkpoints. We must have a backup to allow them to move through in such a change. Otherwise, we create very massive inefficiency with going electronic.
You just mentioned that there would be cases, or there's a possibility, we cannot avoid a situation where there might be internet issues, or delay in payment and what have you. I know that one of the strategies that FAN put in place is a card, the FAN Go Cashless debit card, which they encourage every traveler to have to avoid all of these delays. But in cases where even with that debit card, your bank's debit card transfers, USSD and what have you, you're still unable to make transactions. What are some of the measures that should exist, you know, to help travelers that, say for example, I missed my flight because we're trying to sort out payment? What are some of the measures that FAN and the federal government at large and the aviation ministry needs to look into to put in place for relief for people that fall into situations like that?
The best thing is we must not have situations in which people miss their flights because they were trying to pay 500 naira ticket at the entrance. I am not aware of any international airport anywhere in the world where that happens. So it must not happen. It's a problem that must not happen. So we're not even thinking of finding a solution to situations in which people will now miss their call, their flight, because they were trying to pay toll gate fees. No. It shouldn't. However, like you said, for example, you might have people who can have a sticker, electronic sticker that can be read easily. Those people don't even have to wait at the gate. They are driving on. The scanner can see the sticker that they've already pasted and they are going. The other people who have to use electronic payment there, we must have the best performing electronic platform to ensure that 98% of the time it will work. The third alternative is what you have just said. FAN itself as a card. So FAN card will be more available for people to be able to use and pass through. So it is these several layers of checks and support to ensure that all the measures cannot fail. If A fails, there's a B that kicks in. If B fails, there's a C that kicks in. This is the way to run it. I am not aware of anywhere in the world where people miss their flight because they can't pay toll gate fees. So we must also not get there. So the issue of whether you want to compensate them or whatever should not arise. I'm not saying that the one that has arisen in the past should not be addressed. Maybe it should be addressed. But we shouldn't find ourselves in that place at all.
Follow-up question. Does this new development have an impact on Nigeria's airport competitiveness?
Go into the future, if it is properly administered and managed, such that there are no queues like the one that I saw on Sunday at the airport, on the way to the airport. Once we do that, that is what happens everywhere else. And it's fine. Where there is a problem, where it might affect our competitiveness, is if those kind of queues are allowed to continue. It would definitely affect our competitiveness. We're not quite there with our airports, as it were, and we cannot afford to now add on an additional problem that will take us even further back. It would have been nice to see in Nigeria that will be a hub in West Africa for aviation, or even in Africa for aviation.
All right, thank you very much, Bola Olojede. Let's quickly move on to our next topic before you go. The Nigerian Communications Commission has proposed that telecom operators give subscribers at least 14 days notice before deactivating SIM cards over inactivity or postpaid churn. Now, the move aims to protect consumers and strengthen transparency in service management. Under the proposal, operators would be required to notify affected users ahead of any disconnection, allowing them to reactivate lines or settle outstanding obligations. The measure seeks to reduce certain service disruption and improve customer experience across the network. Now, the plan is outlined in a consultation paper titled Stakeholders Consultation Process for Telecom's Identity Risk Management Platform, dated February 2026, and published on the Commission's website for public input. Excuse me. Now, I don't know whether you've had this kind of experience or you've known someone who probably just woke up one day and you hear that the line has been disconnected and all that. But this is a very welcome move. What's your thought about this? Do you see compliance? Do you see better service delivery?
Well, I think it has been there in one form or the other, but maybe it's now been made into a routine code, a code for implementation. In the real sense, the operators are not excited about people leaving their platforms. They report the churn, how many people left, how many people joined. Is a monthly report that they do. And if many people are leaving your platform, then you have a serious issue to deal with on your hands. So they are not excited about that. So for most of them, they already do what you're suggesting in one way or the other. They already do it. However, now that it is being discussed and probably now formalized, a structure around it will definitely help consumers to be able to make good whatever the problem is. Encourage them, tell them, don't knock people out suddenly. So tell them, give them time to make good their buying of airtime onto their lines so that their lines will not be banned. And if it is a postpaid, to ensure that people pay the bills that they are owing on their SIM card so that they are not knocked out. It's something that should help customer service and the operators to deliver a more effective service within the system.
Before we let you go, looking at this from the angle of consumer protection, how can telecom operators enforce compliance, without security gaps?
Compliance with the issue of informing clients.
They have put a 14-day window, which is 2 weeks. And we know that there are still cases where some persons, even after this 14 days window, would not comply, and then they get their SIM card banned and what have you. So how can these operators enforce compliance considering security gaps?
It's difficult. It's a compliance that is difficult to enforce. For the postpaid people, for example, if you're owing on your postpaid SIM, it's a debt. It's a debt, and I believe it should be reportable to the credit bureau as a bad credit. And where that is done, it might encourage people to ensure that they meet their obligation on the postpaid. But for the prepaid, I don't see.
All right. Well, I think there's a bit of network issue there, though we apologize for that. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
It is say Nigeria first, and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda. It's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warriors for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development wey dey work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we no dey abuse, we dey bring solution. My name it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Owefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens promise, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. We're still on SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's move on to the next story. Now, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, says Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserve rose to $34.80 billion at the end of 2025. Now, the figure marks a 772% increase from the $3.99 billion recorded at the end of 2023, signaling strong external buffers. Now, in a statement issued on Monday, the Apex Bank attributed the surge to improved foreign inflows and tighter monetary management. Officials say the growth reflects deliberate efforts to stabilize the currency and rebuild investor confidence. The CBN added that gains in both gross and net reserves points to stronger external sector fundamentals and sustained policy reforms, reinforcing resilience and global economic uncertainty. Excuse me. We still have Dr. Idahosa Osamanze joining us virtually. So glad to have you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. My pleasure to be here.
All right, now looking at this whole thing, we are on the right track, I must say. We are on the right track. We're doing pretty well. What are your projections for the rest of the year?
Well, I think the economic teams are doing a very good job that even the most or the worst of your critic cannot gainsay what achievements that have been made in this particular regime. Recently, I heard the former president Olusegun Obasanjo, that proper letter writer, saying that the Naira stability is a plus for this regime. And I think that is the extent to which the CBN governor has actually managed the affairs of Nigerian CBN in the last 2.5 years. They've done an incredible job trying to stabilize the Naira. And of course, the coordination between the monetary policy and the fiscal policy are yielding and they are paying great results. And I think that's where we are at the moment. From a paltry 3.4 billion in reserve to 34, that's a significant increase. And of course, a lot is happening. We are growing better, we are becoming better. And I'm hopeful that if this trend continues, by the end of this administration, Nigeria will be very buoyant. And then, of course, they can now be empowered and enabled to actually assess the kind of support from development banks that will jumpstart the economy. So for me, it's a good sign that the economy is being managed very well. and it cannot be done better. And I think we just need to commend the people who are doing it. Even the men at the National Assembly the other day gave a standing ovation to the CBN governor because of the good job that he has done, ensuring that CBN was moved away from the realm of politics to stay within where they can actually focus on monetary policy, which of course Cardozo promised Nigeria that CBN will return to its regulatory role. And I think that's paying off, and Nigerians are seeing the dividends.
Lumide rightly said this is a good trend and we're excited to see it. But could the falling oil prices, reverse this trend? If yes, to what extent?
I don't think it will, because when you look at what is happening right now, especially if you look at the figures with respect to trade, you find that we are doing so much outside of what oil is giving to us. There's a whole lot of that is happening in Nigeria that for the first time, after a very long time, Nigeria is having trade surplus. And of course, and the gap is widening on a daily basis. That's showing to you that it's not just the oil revenue that is sustaining Nigeria. There's a whole lot that is going on in other manufacturing sector, and Nigerians are doing a lot of export, because our export is exceeding our import. So yes, the fact that oil volatility is there is not something that we can wish away. But if we continue with the trend and the kind of support that the government is giving to investors and trying to make the environment friendly for investment and the rest of it, you see that, of course, the reserve will continue to grow, because the more things you sell outside, the more, of course, foreign exchange that you will earn. And then, of course, if the policy at home are also doing well, you also see that, of course, remittances are coming. And so as the FS market stabilizes, trade will continue to happen. And I think that is my own perspective. But don't also forget that even in the last 2 days, with the crisis in the Middle East, that there's also a spike somehow in the prices of oil. So we cannot always look at the other side. We must also be projecting of the better things that will come, depending on how the geopolitics plays out.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Now, also, if you remember, we also discussed it on this table where Dangote and even Otedola confirmed that the dollar should go below 1,000 naira. Do you see that happening very, very soon? If you also look at the projections that CBN also made as to regards to elections coming, very soon, and we know what goes on during elections. It becomes dollar for dollar, pound for pound. Do you see the naira, getting any shocks?
Well, I don't think so, because if you see what government has done in the last 2.5 years, it does not make sense for people to hold on to dollar this time. Yeah, because it's like a lot of people have lost some money, and some people are complaining, oh, yeah, because you have stored your value in dollars, but now the thing is crashing. Don't also forget that it's not just what is happening locally. Even internationally, the dollar itself is weakening by the day, again, due to the American debt profile itself, which backs the dollar. But more importantly for us is to see that what is going to happen is the law of demand and supply is what determines rate of exchange. And if there are so much that people are asking for in terms of importation, then of course there will be pressure on the dollar. But now what we usually import in large quantity that was taking so much of our GDP was a petroleum product. But now that has been reversed, especially with the collaboration that is happening between NNPC now and the Dangote refinery. So now that the hostilities have been laid to rest, which means, of course, that partnership is going to yield further support for the naira. Because if people are not looking for dollar to do business outside, you will see that it will reduce. And I think one other area that, of course, is also taking some of this dollar is in the area of education. and healthcare. And I think that government is also doing a lot to see how we can invest in the healthcare system so that rather people traveling abroad for health tourism or going abroad for education tourism, we can stay within our environment and have good quality education, good quality healthcare, and that will reduce pressure on the dollar. And by the law of demand and supply, if supply is much and demand is low, prices will naturally go down. And I think that is what Dangote and Otedola were inferring, that as long as people are not having so much to demand for dollar, then it will naturally go down. That's the route to go: industrialization, produce what you eat and eat what you produce. That will give us a leverage in managing our foreign exchange.
Yes, produce what you eat and eat what you produce. Let's move on to the next story and the last story. Nigerian deposit money banks extended 36.39 trillion naira in credit to the trade and general commerce sector in the first 9 months of 2025. Now, the figure comes amidst growing calls for increased private sector financing to drive productive activities and fund critical infrastructures. Now, data shows the amount represents a 0.96% rise from the 36.05 trillion naira recorded during the corresponding period of 2024. Now, the marginal increase signals steady lending activity within the business ecosystem despite economic headwinds. Now, analysts say expanded access to credit remains vital for sustained growth, boosting enterprise capacity and supporting job creation. Stakeholders continue to urge financial institutions to channel more funds towards sectors capable of delivering long-term economic value. Coming to you, Doctor, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, again, I think there are also signs that things are actually moving in the right and positive direction. If you remember, 2 years ago at the CIBN annual general meeting, the governor of CBN was talking to bank MDs and said, this current government wants to build a $1 trillion economy. Does the bank have the capacity to support a $1 trillion economy? And he answered in the affirmative and said no. And of course, that was what led to the process of the recapitalization of the banks, where government had to set new limits of capital that banks should be able to have so that we can support economic activities locally. And I think that policy now is also paying off. That's why we are seeing this increase. Yes, it's marginal, but it's also significant. That it means that the confidence in the lending system or framework here is getting better. People are getting access to funds to be able to drive business. And I think the other thing that we need to look toward is also to see how we can actually drive down the rate of lending and borrowing, which is, of course, at the moment still very currently high. We thank CBN again after the last MPC meeting.
All right, I think we have a network issue. Network seems to be getting the best of us.
I was going to ask him if this lending growth is sustainable at the current interest rate that we have, because that's something to actually look out for, and to also know if this move encourages import dependency. We have to be able to understand that. So I'm aware that Doctor is back on the line. Doctor, just before we let you go, is this lending growth we're discussing, is this sustainable at the current interest rate that we have?
I think it's sustainable as long as the money supply to the deposit money bank increases. Then, of course, they don't have anything to do with their money except to trade with it. And they must also begin to create opportunities, whether it's in the real sector, whether it's in the agricultural sector or the manufacturing sector, to see that we are giving money to people to do business and at affordable and convenient interest rates so that the risk factor for both lender and the borrower can actually reduce. For me, it's sustainable. Banks have so much money now, and I think, therefore, they also must find a way to multiply it by investing it in the economy and creating that atmosphere for that mutual prosperity between those who borrow and those who are lending.
All right, Doctor, last question. If you say affordable, we're still not operating single-digit loan. When do we get to start having single-digit loan, like advanced countries?
Like it's always said, Rome was not built in a day. We didn't get to where we are today in overnight. It took a lot of sustained misstep to take us to where we are today by successive regime. And so we're just having 2 years and a half of us trying to move things in the right direction. And like they say, it's easier to destroy than to build. So it's going to take a lot of time. And if what we saw at the last MPC meeting is sustained, which means, of course, in the next meeting, there may be a likelihood that there's going to be a review of the MPR. So if that is reviewed downward again, of course, it will be going down.
All right, I think the network is back again doing its thing. Interconnectivity, but this is where we would round off today's episode of SOUQ Business Landscape. Nigeria's economic architecture is actually underscoring structural recalibration, from mining industrialization to oil revenue transparency, digital aviation reforms, and stronger foreign reserves, signaling a deliberate shift towards long-term economic stability and diversified growth. This is where we draw the curtains today. It's been a pleasure joining us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Special thanks to everyone who made this possible. It takes a village to get this show running. From the MCR to the PCR to everyone who made part, the producers, everybody who took part. But the bigger thanks is to you sitting down, watching, liking, commenting, and sharing. Keep doing that. We have more programs coming up today on SOUQ Business Landscape, on SOUQ News TV. We have Just Africa. Of course, we have our primetime news. So stay tuned. I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Many thanks for joining us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
With the theme, Leveraging Customs Enforcement to Enhance Revenue Generation with Transparency and Accountability, an ICPC perspective. The lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoniyi, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call Act 2, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So the Act 2 is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller MS Shuaibu shed more light.
Some average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. With direct revenue. So if you're direct revenue, you are seeing a pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed, and no organization in Nigeria that had done that. No organization. I remember when I was in that operation, SOUQ, that is what I do. 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller MS Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuniyi thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3, get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom Scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity. But it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah, I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass joke. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warriors for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
This is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of, not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs. and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on. So I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they have made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insight, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said 1 or 2 things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians, in particular, than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local government were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local government be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases, which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwon versus Governor of Oyo State, 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state House of Assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and a selfish instinct to conquer and make the local government mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like selves. The chairman must go to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the path of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owode-Onere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors, but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community. During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university this, university that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make things possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in, as the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately, he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of this sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women seemed not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well. She's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's now curator today. They have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had. and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then, filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria. So they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. That doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, you know, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, I mean, we tried all sorts there. It was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all. It's the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches. And I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department. It was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we're not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%, and it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that, who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but